Okay, we are live. We're back. I know it's been a while. Where has he been? What in the world happened to John Q? Where's he at? He disappeared? I hope they didn't take his channel. No, they didn't take my channel. Oh, man. I was trying to get a couple of things to work, doing some changing, modifying some things, and between YouTube and StreamYard, it's like, okay, but you get there. Somehow you get there. I was having a little trouble making a connection. My Wi-Fi kept going down and up, and I'm saying, okay, what in the world is going on? I meant to go live on my birthday, which was the 22nd, Tuesday. And I was having like issues with trying to get on. So I had to calm down and figure out what was going on. And I found out a couple of things. And, sure enough, I said, if I do anything, let me just jump on there on Sunday. I got a lot going on, doing a couple of moves here and there. And I know my people miss me. I miss you guys. Hope everybody's doing good. I had a couple of comments and a couple of videos, lives that I had did. Where are you at? I had people emailing me, where are you at? Hope everything is okay. God bless the family. I said, okay, let's see if I can do something for my birthday. And I just couldn't do it. So I had to do some kind of a computer cleaning. I got so much stuff on here. And I'm like, okay, gotta get an antivirus, get a this, get a that, and to revamp my whole computer. And sure enough, I figured out some stuff. But yeah, I'm finally here. So are you. So are you. My goodness. Yeah, it's like, oh man, I can't get on for my birthday. Are you kidding me? And sure enough, I could not get on. I'm trying to communicate with StreamYard. I thought it was StreamYard. No, no issues here. Then I go to YouTube and no, well, YouTube is something else. You got to do a lot of talking to get to YouTube, and they still won't pick up the phone. They have no phone. Everything is an email, or if you have any issues, email us type stuff. Oh, wonderful. Okay, now I got to wait for a reply. But anyway, Holly S., hello. Whoa. Welcome. After Dark with Shank. Is that Shank Rock? Is that my brother Shank Rock? After Dark with Shank. Okay. Brother Shank is in the building. I know we haven't connected, but we are. You're covering a lot of stuff on your channel, but I see you change your picture. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Holding it down. Thank you, Brother Rock, for being here. Wow. Show Poodles is in the building, giving everybody a wave. Much love to you. Wow. Jeannie from the block is in the building. A gorgeous self. John, oh my God, he's finally on. Yes, I am. Ernestine Smith is in the building. Good evening to you. Wow. Got Dark Queen up in here. Jen says hello. Everybody doing good? Hopefully you had a good weekend. We got a lot going on. We're getting closer to, things are perking up. We're getting closer to a date next month. Where are we going to be? Things are getting hot. Angie Savage is in the building. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Juanita is in the building with her golden smile. Welcome. Wow. Yes. Salute, Brother Shank. Oh, you like his picture too? Yeah, looking good there. Yeah, he's holding it down. He is definitely holding it down. By all means. We got, Mimi Jean is in the building. Well, thank you. Definitely Lady T-Bug is in the building. Wow. Okay. Miss T-Bug, how you doing? Much love to all of y'all. I finally got it working, and I don't really have a lineup of any sort, but I said if I can connect, if I can get online just to say hello, just to let you all know I'm still here in New York. We're still kicking. Oh, he didn't get evicted? No. I didn't get thrown out? No. Something must have happened. Maybe he went to jail for all the stuff he's been doing online. No. Haven't touched that at all. I'm too good for that. But then again, most of y'all know that. Yeah, we do our thing online. You know how we do it here. But I said, yeah, I was having some issues, and I'm saying, okay, I'm going to get this thing to work. When you're determined, you find a way. Always find a way. She ran calling wildfire. is in the building. Well, hopefully you didn't have to run that far, but I see where you came, Miss Wildfire. Welcome. Isn't that a pretty smile? Definitely, definitely. Glad you're doing good. Was wondering where you were. Yeah, I know. But I take breaks. I told y'all I take breaks. You got to take a break when you're a content creator, especially when you're dealing with missing people, missing children. You know, true crime is tough. It's tough to cover. You know, especially when you have to, get so many details regarding a specific case or specific situation that you want to know everything so that this way, you have something to talk about. You've got a place to come from. And so, you know me, I'm meticulous when it comes to detail. And in covering these cases, it takes a lot. So I take my time. But, the sad, the downside of true crime is that not a lot of other people know to take breaks. It's okay to take a break. There's no rule that says you can't take a break because, you get so focused and so into a case that, you're spending long hours, segments of your life away from other things that are just as important, especially when you have family, and too much of one thing means that, you're not doing other things elsewhere. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And when you get so tunnel vision, so focused, you tend to lose focus in other areas of your life that will start to stir in places and regarding things that get your attention in different ways. And so, yeah, I take breaks. You got to take a break. Like, the current case that I've been covering, and most of you know, for those that have been following me, Sebastian Rogers, the missing 16, getting ready to be 16 in December, 15 to 16, autistic boy that went missing February 26th of this year from his own home. Last seen, last with mama in the house. Wasn't outside, wasn't hanging out with friends, didn't go to a party, just poof, gone. You figure, and it gave me some time to think, but you figure, how does a child go missing from being inside the home with a parent together? Not unless the neighborhood was taken over by something, which it wasn't. But how does it happen? It reminded me of Cash Gernon, little 5-year-old that went missing out of his house, and a baby cam had caught the person taking him out of the house. And it reminded me of that case. Also reminded me of Summer Wells on how she went, parent in the house. She goes missing. Oh, I went for a walk. I brought her to the door, watched her go inside, told the boys that, hey, watch your sister. I'm just going over here for a minute. She went to help her mother with a knee brace, turns around, goes back in the house looking for Summer, and she can't find her. How does all this happen? So when you can get into very critical cases like this, cases that make you think, especially when there are no answers. Welcome, Carol Smith is in the building in blue. Thank you for showing up. I miss you too. Thank you. Yes, I had a pleasant birthday. Wow, I had a full day there. And you're wondering, what in the hell is going on? There's so many questions to these cases, it blows your mind. But you know something? You pull back from these cases, and now you take a look at our country, our world, and there's a lot in shambles. You got a border that's still being breached by illegal, I can't call them aliens because they're human beings, but illegals that are still coming through the border, infiltrating our country without the proper documentation. Nothing has been done regarding that. Okay, all right. Wow, hopefully they'll get a handle on that. It's almost been 4 years. 4 years, and no one's talking about it anymore. Why? Because we got another thing going on in the Middle East that involves the United States and 2 different foreign countries. And we got a lot of money going over to these foreign countries for war. So here you have the micro, which are the cases that we cover on our channels, like Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells, Cash Gernon. And then you go to the macro and says, how is our country standing right now? We got a president that's not really there. You got a vice president that thinks that she can come in and kind of get everybody to vote because she's a certain way and a certain thing going on, and you should vote for her going on. They're calling a former president a felon, Hitler. I mean, this is the United States of America, the country that we all live in, and look at what it's turning into. It's not enough to try to handle the micro cases that we handle as content creators, but when you take a look at the overall aspect of how our country is standing right now, never in my life could I have ever wondered, ever thought that we would come here. We would be the country of who we are right now. And it's being allowed to happen. When children go missing, for some strange reason, it's allowed to happen. Allowed to happen. When a country goes to war with another, it's allowed to happen. Now you got to go back in your mind and say, did someone think of these things to have occurred? The answer, you better believe it. You better believe it. Because things just don't happen by themselves. None of it. Nisi Marie is in the building. Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Now, hey, that's a name. That's a name. Beautiful place to be. Welcome, definitely. Heidi Black is in the building. Welcome. Miss Opal, my birthstone, is in the building. Tamika Ward, how are you? Is in the building. Sarah's Suspicions? Ooh, catchy name. Welcome, thank you. Wow. Hey, John Q, everyone. Hopefully I stay connected long enough. I know I've been having issues too for some strange reason. Miss Nana is in the building. Much love to you, Miss Nana. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. It's been extraordinary. It really has. Jesus loves Brenda. Our country is in shambles because they need Jesus. They need more than that, Miss Brenda. They need more than Jesus. Not just Jesus. Everybody blames God and Jesus and all that. No. Nope. Nope. That's a different dimension. It's an entirely different dimension. Prima Donna Bridges is in the building. Wow. This Texas lady is in the building. Hello. Nam Poplowski is in the building. Nan, how are you? Thank you for coming. I would call this like a live, like a belated birthday live. And I'm just going to get into a mix tonight. We can talk about anything, but just to share some of my thoughts outside of not being able to get on live for my birthday that just passed this Tuesday. And I was like, oh no, don't tell me I can't do this now. But with a lot going on, and we're getting closer and closer to a very critical point, I believe, in our country. Okay, it just seems like to me, it just seems like for some strange reason, I feel that we've been taken hostage somehow, in some way, taken against our will because there's nothing that we can do about the things that are occurring right now. Whether it's a missing child or our country in two wars that we shouldn't even be in, and funneling money, ours, to somebody else that just wants to blow people up and shoot bullets. And I'm looking at that to say, okay, so where's the give back in that? What should we get back from that? What is the benefit of doing all of this stuff? What is the benefit of a child going missing? You can begin to compare the two. And the answer is absolutely nothing. Nothing. You don't get a benefit when a child goes missing. And if there is a benefit, okay, we're the kidnappers. Who took who, and are they asking for money? So far, nobody's asking for money, so they can't be kidnappers. Okay, since they're not asking for money, because there are no kidnappers, what the hell happened to the child? What's really going on when a child goes missing? See? Agenda, motive, it's there. What happens when a country goes to war for no other reason than supporting another country to go to war for it? And it's a proxy. Tell you what, I don't want to do it, but I'll tell you what, I'll pay you to do it. How's that? And I've never seen the mindset, the mentality of our country the way I see it today. And it seems like we can do nothing about it. Her run for pres should be illegitimate. Yeah. I mean, out of nowhere, it was a soft coup. That's what the US has been doing for a long, long, long time. And when you really take a look at it, the only warring country that has ever been in existence since the early 1900s is our country. It's us. US, us. We've been doing it. With Japan, Germany. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. It's all that the establishment has been doing to, I guess, for their own interest. But somebody's paying for it. Somebody is always paying for it. Us paying for it on the back end, though. It's not the front end, it's the back end. The front end is coming from somebody else to get there. The back end is who's going to pay for everything that has already happened. It's just us. Just us. Like just us. But to come from a micro to a macro, that's what I see going back and forth. That's what I see going back and forth. And it's sad because we can definitely do better than this. This world is basically done for everyone. Should be prepared. And I hear you, Carol. I hear you. But what do you get prepared for? What is it you get prepared for when no one's telling you nothing? And I agree with you, Texas lady. The hate speech that's going on, out in the open, bold. They're even making ads. If I go to my phone and try to watch a video, ads are popping up left and right. Especially here in New York, where I am, left and right. You can't skip them. It is crazy. Nikki Lynn is in the building. How are you, Nikki? Good to see you. We got Miss Sharon in the building. Miss Marty is in the building. Hope all is good with you, Miss Marty. Trishy is in the building. Miss Trish, good to see you. We got what is that? Thought criminal? Thought criminal. Ain't this the truth? Yes, ma'am. Certainly is. But I mean, that's the way I see it. And I'm sure everybody has been looking at this. You can't get away from this stuff. Miss Rita, how you doing? Good to see you. Wow, we got Philip in the building. Philip is in the building. Philip Pruitt, welcome. Good to see you. Jennifer Rebecca is in the building. Truth be told, welcome. Maria Antoinette, excuse me. Maria Antoinette Lopez, here from San Antonio. Miss you, love you, welcome. Oh man, we got AP in the building. AP is in the building. Good evening, everyone. John Q. Yeah, welcome. Y'all must have remembered me or something. Somewhere. Where's John Q? When was the last time he did a video? And then y'all started leaving comments under the videos that I did, because I get them. I certainly get them. Will to be. Our own country has been weaponized. Yeah. Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel it. Well, Tamika, thank you. Yeah, another one went down. Had a birthday come in. I had surprises pop up on Tuesday afternoon. I broke my phone in a bad way too. When your cell phone breaks and it shatters the glass, you can't rub your finger on that glass to try to navigate. You cannot, without even thinking that you won't get cut, especially if it drops from your hand in a high place. And mine did, and I was like, oh no. You push your side buttons, but you can't navigate. I had to go out and get another phone, and it was just real pleasant. But nonetheless, it ended far better than it started. You know how most of our days go. But yeah, and I said, well, something, I'm gonna go online tonight. I'm gonna go live. Let me go live. Check out the folks, say hello. Couldn't do it. And couldn't figure it out. But I had to work through it. Sure enough, Novella, the RN is in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Debbie L is in the building. Happy birthday, John. Well, thank you. Yeah, I had to get it out here somewhere. Got to get it out here somewhere. Miss Nana, John, this goes way back and has never been corrected for we the people. We have failed for so long. We need a voice. Have been yes, we have for a long time. Because once you vote them in, it's like, damn, I don't want to give that kind of metaphor. They do all this hollering and yelling and all kind of stuff, promising the world. I've never heard of the same term over and over and over and over and over again. 50 years of the same thing: better education, more jobs, higher pay, better infrastructure, better international communication. Fair women's rights, and I mean the whole gamut every single year. And it's from not just the primaries, all of them do it. All of them do it. Lower inflation. Every single time. As soon as they get in, nothing happens. They go opposite of what they say. And the reason why, and y'all have to know this, the reason why is because it's paid for. It's paid for. Don't let that be a surprise. It's paid for. All of it's paid for. You got to pay for a campaign. You can't do it for free. Land of the free. You got to pay for it. Send this donation, send that donation. I have never had my mailbox full of people running for office, whether it be an assemblyman, whether it be a senator, whether it be a congressperson, it be a judge. It'd be an attorney. Everybody's running for office. Why? Because you don't have to pay for it. You have to ask other people for their money to pay for it. Then when they get there, what are the results? What are the results? And all you have to do is say, what have they done? How do I know you? And you don't. So what do? Take a chance and push the button, click their name anyway to say, I hope this one gets it right. Good Lord, we need a change. When Obama was in office, he was a man of change. Are you ready for a change? And oh my goodness, first Black president of the United States. Oh man, things are going to change. Damn sure did. But not for a lot of us. Not for a lot of us. John, you also notice the hair color of these kids that are disappearing out of nowhere? It's interesting you bring that up. Interesting you bring that up. So a lot of it. A lot of that, and that's a detail, especially when they go missing. Especially when they go missing. It's interesting, Carol. Blondish hair. Think about it. Think about it. And it's crazy that we have to be yelling just that, Miss Jean. Save the children. Because they are our future. But it just seems like somebody's trying to infiltrate that or want to take that away from them. And you shake your head. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't care who they ran. I'm voting for your own interest, for my own interest, that people would open their eyes. I was much better off 4 years ago. I'm near the border. It's awful now. Wow. And I can imagine for the folks that live near the border, what's going on with all the extra 22 million and counting still coming through our border, still nothing being done. And you could see the difference. It's night and day, really. The difference between what we had before and what we got now. So it's a simple question, real simple question, where do you want to be? How should it be? Where should we be? And who's trying to stop it? And I've never seen the rhetoric on TV. We got fake news. When Donald Trump said fake news, he was absolutely right. There's a bunch of fake news. Why? Because it's bought and paid for. Propaganda. You have to, I don't know. Let me ask you all this. There is a book called Sun Tzu, The Art of War. By a show of ones, how many of y'all have read that book or even heard of the book? Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Type of one. Let's see how many readers we have in the building. Let's see. Yeah, we have to fight for ourselves by any means necessary. By all means necessary. We don't know what's going to happen in a week because it's just about a week away. It's a week away and we don't know what the next day is going to be like. About to take my family and go underground. Oh my God. Don't do that, Carol. I'm over the political ads. They lie to get their chair and then they don't do what they're elected to do. I hear you. Lexi Lynn, I hear you. That's what they do. Hello, Miss Tracy. Good to see you too. That beautiful smile of yours. Beverly Sanders is in the building. Yours was yesterday? Okay, well, happy birthday, Miss Beverly. Wow. Talk about timing. Well, happy birthday to you. And many, 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 many more. White Sox fan. Yay, you're finally live. Well, I miss you too. Thank you for being here, White Sox. Hope all is good with you and the family. Happy birthday, John. The Looking Glass Tarot is in the building. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you. Every time you get a birthday, as you get older, it's just another day, and you become wiser because it gives you time to reflect on where you came from the last birthday, and then the birthday after that, and the birthday after that, and so on and so forth. Then you realize how old you are, how old your kids are, and then how old your grandkids turn. Wait a minute. Is this what I thought of? No. Is it close to what you thought? No. Not even. But you do the best you can, because that's where it all comes from. It comes from you. You do the best you can. You do it from your heart. You do it from your spirit, because you only get that one shot to do it. Only once. Once it's there, you know it's there. Guess who can sleep at night real good? You. No insomnia. You're not up at the wee hours of the morning, flicking around YouTube, looking for a channel, looking for the news, or looking for the next story, so to speak. You only get it once, so do the best you can. Whatever it is you have, you have. Take it from where it is and make it better. I know, Carol, you've been sending me stuff. I've been getting it both in text message and in my emails. You had that to fall back on. I've been getting it. But like I said, as a content creator covering this stuff that we cover on my channel, you have to take a break, because you can actually lose your time, your own personal time, family time, business time, private time, and a lot of things can be interrupted by that. Always in moderation. You do it in moderation. I enjoy doing what I do, but you have to do it in moderation. If you don't do it in moderation, something else loses your attention, and then something else goes wrong for you. You spent too much time doing this. You're too long doing this. This needs to be done. That needs to be done. Then you feel that your time becomes cramped because you're still trying to please, yourself in some way, shape, or form, that you think that it's going to make it better, and it just overloads you. And when you become overwhelmed, you don't know how to think. That's just from my perspective. Too much of anything is no good. Even money. Even the rich people are having a hard time. Too much of anything is no good. Now what do we got to? Well, we got to find a tax shelter because we got to hide the money because so we don't get taxed. They got problems too on a different financial level, no more so than the person that's looking to make money all the time, save money all the time. But if you notice, money is one of the things, a medium of exchange between people, entities, and business that has created the civilization that we live in. So you have to pay attention to it. You have to see who's getting it. And you have to make sure they're using it and treating it right. Because when they don't, it reflects on ours too. It's connected. Think about it. Like we're all connected spiritually. I don't care what color you are, what your background is, anything. We're all connected. And you can't change that. No one can change that. When they see bad, we all see it. When they see good, we all see that too. You got to speak about it. We got to talk about it. We got to learn about it so we can become better people. So far, oh God, we're not doing a good job. Thank you, Tracy. Wow. Thank you. Sabrina Marshall. Happy birthday, John. My birthday was Friday. Look at that. Another birthday. Well, happy birthday, Sabrina. Happy belated birthday. I'm sort of like in a belated birthday mode myself. Yeah. I'm way too addicted to my phone. Miss Angie, I know what you mean. The funny thing about it, since you brought that up, when you see people in your everyday life, someone's always carrying a phone. Did people take out the garbage, go to the dumpster, or get in their car at the shopping mall? Everybody's got their phone in their face. I said, wait a minute, before cell phones were invented, what were people doing? What were they doing? Interacting with each other. Now, it's like there's a barrier. You can't talk to people straight without somebody texting, without an email, without some notification going off on someone's phone. It's like, And if anything happens, where do you go? You go to your phone. Got to get a video camera. Got to get a screenshot. And we've been following this train of thought. We've been allowing the world without and the tools to train us to be something that we're not. I mean, that's just my feeling about it. Every time something happens, there's a video. If you've ever noticed that now. Anytime something happens, there's a video. It's a video. Why wasn't there a video for Sebastian Rogers? Why didn't anyone see him leave that house? Now we don't have a video. Now you think about that. We don't have a video for Sebastian. What happened to him? We got a video for Kanika Jenkins. What happened to her? We don't have a video on Summer. What happened to that video? Everybody's got cell phones. Where's Summer Wells's video? But we don't have a video for Sebastian. Even the biological parent that works for a security company called Brinks Think about it. An installation technician wouldn't have security in the house, had video cameras, yet he goes missing 4 months before he's supposed to go live with his father, and there's no video. Just things that make you go, it's crazy. But I know I'm going back and forth a little bit, but when you can when you can see the design between micro and macro, it's pretty much the same thing. It's a mess. It's a mess. John, did you watch the Leilani Simmons? However you spell the witch? Oh, Leilani Simmons. Oh my God, Simon. I remember that case. It was a case that I had covered. I was doing collaborations with other content creators, and I knew she was guilty because as soon as the EquiSearch team knew that there was something shady about what was going on with her, all I had to do was just track her, find her, and guess what happened? Guess what happened? Little Quentin was someplace entirely different than where they said he was. She's making quiet side deals with boyfriends and stuff like that to put him into a container and take him and go and stash him someplace. You knew she was guilty from day one. So when the verdict came in, guess what? It was a correct verdict. Guilty. Stephen Stearns, same thing. Guilty. Absolutely guilty. Doing that to a child. These people are doing this to children. We have never seen anything like this ever. Yet these are the closest people to the children that have been going missing. Why is this happening? Is there something about the radiation that's coming off of our cell phones? I don't know. Is there something going on with the computer screens that we're watching every single day? I don't know. I don't know. Are we getting subliminal messages in certain ways that is starting to mess with people's minds? I don't know. Too much of anything is no good. Why you got to take a break? Got to take a break. When I see other content creators covering the story, thank God they're there. But when they keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going, then it becomes something else. I've been watching it too long. And then I begin to realize what it's all about. People need to take breaks, like a shower at the end of the day. you know, it's like going to the bathroom. There's some private time you have to take. You got to. Hold on one second. Okay. You got to take some time off because these cases can get inside of you in a way that can throw your sleep pattern, your eat pattern, your regular routine, your biological routine off. Now, when you take a look at a lot of the things that have been going on with the Sebastian Rogers case, now you see why. Now, the evidence of that has shown. John, I shared the concern of our country's path. What happened to hold the government accountable to we the people? Yes, Phil. What happened? They forgot all about us, like lost children. That's how they treat us. Just like we went someplace, we vanished. We don't count anymore. Something else has got a hold of our mind. What the hell is that? All this crooked stuff that we see. The truth is in the act. It's never in the word. The truth has always been in the act itself, never in the word. Even though the word speaks of the truth, it's still invisible. The act pinpoints the truth, always. It always has. If we see it, we can recognize it. If it's hidden, what do we know? All we find are people hiding the truth. The truth about elections, the truth about where somebody is, the truth about who's seen what. And when you can make that distinction, it's real easy to see, that ain't working. Why are they saying that? Thank you, White Sox. That ain't working. Why are they doing that? Everything opposite of what they truly want you to know. And when you see the opposite happen, like we saw in the Summer Wells case, the opposite of what the parents did, it really didn't do any searching. They didn't do anything but get drunk, jump on YouTube, select certain content creators to tell how much they miss their child, but yet do nothing. It shows you character. It shows you behavior. It was going on for a long time anyway. That's the truth. You can't take that away from Summer Wells. This is what my parents were doing when I was with them. And we saw it on YouTube. On any content creator that covered that case on their channel, we saw it. The cursing, the yelling, the screaming, the drinking, everything. That's who they were before Summer went missing. That's who they were. All they did was come on YouTube and kind of fine tune it. And I look at that case every time I look at Sebastian's case. And I'm going, wait a minute. This 15-year-old autistic boy went missing out of a home where his parent was. Seemed like they had a nice day. Everything went well. No issues, no problems. And then he goes missing. And no one can seem to know where he went. No cameras caught him. No dog scent. No security cameras. No coat. No phone. No scent. No sight. 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, 20 miles. Nothing. That's why I'm stuck at the house. So if you got no, all the way down the page, and you've got the 9 o'clock hour where he was told to go to bed, yet the 6 a.m. hour where he wasn't found or seen, what do you got? Something happened in the house. That's what I got. Something happened in the house. You have to deduce where everything was at the time it happened. Something was definitely going on in the house. Miss Parker. Well, thank you. Much love to you. Something went on in the house. Dang, John, I swear. We just had a birthday days. Yeah, I know. They just seem to go by quick. Government spending and printing money, sending it out. Yeah, of our own. Yeah, makes inflation. That's right. We're the ones who pay for it. Jeno, what is up? How are you? Miss D-Love is in the building. Happy belated birthday. Blessings on you. Well, thank you, love. Miss D-Love been around a long time. Long time. I see ones in here. I talked about Sun Tzu, The Art of War. First principle to Sun Tzu. All war is based on deception. Remember that. All war is based on deception. All criminal activity is based on deception. So if there is a criminal activity and it's based on deception, war falls into place as well. People have been lying. In California, the crime is so bad since they took away cash ball and released the criminals. Look at that. Homelessness takes over. It's not illegal to camp wherever you want. Drug use openly, no arrest. Wow. Wow. Isn't that something? Looking beyond, Mr. Q. Good evening. Well, good evening to you. Welcome. Cold Pepsi is in the building. Good to see you, Cold Pepsi. Cold Pepsi had been around a long time, too. Good to see you. You're one of the best crime analysts out here on these streets. Well, Trishy, thank you. Miss Trish, I love you. Thank you. I try because I'm looking at it, just like we're all looking at it. But you have to put words to it. It has to make sense. If you have crime, you have deception. If you have war, you also have deception. Now you look at the people that are doing it. That's all you got to do. And hence, the truth is right before you. So all you got to do is look at the people that are doing it. And then when I look at cases like the Kanika Jenkins case, cases like Cash Gurner's case, Quentin Simon's case, my goodness, the West Boys case out of California, how they did that news conference, deception. And that's why I started following the Sebastian Rogers case, because that's what I immediately saw when the parents showed up 8 days later to do an interview. And how different they were from each interview they did thereafter. You're going to get a bulk of deception. omissions, suppressions. Somebody takes the lead, somebody falls back. I mean, it's right there. They don't have to look any further. Just stay to the target. And I'm sure that they are being looked at hard, emphatically hard. Because you don't get the FBI to put $50,000 on the table saying, yeah, we'll help. Here's a little money. No. They picked up the aspects of the story that wasn't right when they had to go to Kentucky to the landfill. They went to the landfill. That's in another state. Why would you go out there to look for a 15-year-old? Well, it's a formality. It's something that we do in every case to make sure that we check the garbage just in case they may have decided to. No. Not unless something leads you there. A statement can lead you to a location. Evidence found can lead you to a location. A phone call can lead you to a location. A text message can lead you to a location. And for some reason, the FBI found enough credible evidence to say, we got to look in Kentucky. There's a landfill out there. We have to space where that neighborhood's garbage, that subdivision's garbage was dumped, and start looking there the best we can till we find something. I wouldn't have come off that location at all because it's a lot of garbage when you're dealing with a dump site. That dump site has got something there. They just have to stay long enough to find it. The dump site has got something there. They have to stay long enough to find it because it's there. Whether it came out of his room, whether it came out the kitchen, whether it came out of any area of that house, something is there. Envelope from the mail. Something is there. I'd have a team of people still digging today before the winter settles in. Digging through all that trash. Yeah, nasty work. Foul as hell. But something is there. And don't come up off of it until we have done due diligence on it. The one aspect of the case that should have been maintained to this day. I don't think we'd be here. My opinion, just me, if I was in charge, recanvass the whole area. Oh, we did that already. No, do it again. Oh, we did that. There's certain people that weren't home during the time you canvassed. Do it again. Triple check statements. Because everything is going to zoom back to the house. How did Sebastian get out of the house? No scent, no shoes, no coat, no security, no cameras, nothing. How does one leave the physical presence of their home without somebody or something knowing how a person moves? A car that goes down the street with all the homes in that area didn't see or catch a car, a color, a shape, nothing between the hours of 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. that morning? Because that's what I would be checking. Everybody's camera that ran 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. that morning, up until 12, hell. I'll even stretch it an extra 2 hours. How do you get a physical human being to leave an area without ever being noticed? You got to go back to the house. How is the house structured? Now we may be getting someplace. Is there access between the inner parts of the house and the garage with the doors closed where no one can see? Is that there? Is it present in the case? If it is, then you have to consider the possibility of someone moving Sebastian out of that house at a certain time. What time would that be? How much time would it take? And this is where I'm stuck. Honestly, I'm stuck between the house and the time that movement left the house that morning. You go back to the videotape with those lights at night, that's part of it. I truly believe that those lights are part of it. They never occurred at any other time, any other day at all. Why that night? And then 3 hours later, from 3:11 in the morning till 6, until someone got up to find that he wasn't there? The same night he went missing? Is that coincidence, or am I going crazy? Is that a coincidence, or am I going crazy? Yeah. It just doesn't happen that way. I'm going to scroll down and catch up to some of your comments here. But yeah, come on. Wow, I've been missing a lot of your comments here. Okay, let me go back. Miss Ebony is in the building. Miss Justice is in the building. Miss Ebony, much love to you. I've seen you in other places. I see your name. Hope all is good with you. There's my lady, Miss Justice. Miss Carol and Miss Justice always takes good care of my channel anytime I go live. And I'm working out a way, make sure we stay together. We're going to get that done. We are going to get that done. But thank you, Miss Ebony, for showing up. Makes me wonder if they did find something is the reason that they did the search longer. I believe they have more than, yeah, well, you would think so, but they're going to keep that under their belt. Going to keep that under the belt because they have to build a case now. FBI comes in and puts $50,000 on the table. Then you get Dog the Bounty Hunter and his crew to come in and ramp up that reward twice. Up to 100, now up to 125. That says something. They're not buying the story. There's something wrong with the story. You don't get the FBI to do that without finding something wrong with the story. And there's something damn sure definitely wrong with the story. Can you tell it again? You're missing some time between the time you got home and the time you told Sebastian to go to bed. Can you fill us in on that time? Like they did with Don and Candace. You know, she went running around that day, taking her mom to the hospital and going to the pond for a swim, and then going to the smoke shack, and then going to all different places, right? Filled in those blanks when Summer was still present. As soon as they got home, now she goes missing. 2:30 to what? A little after 7. She goes missing 3-4 hours, about 3 hours tight, give or take. Can you fill in the blank specifically as to where you were and what you were doing at that time before you found she went missing? Details. You don't take 3 hours and throw them out the window and hope that nobody sees it. Well, the same thing here. You don't take from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. to throw all that extra time out. That's 9 hours of time, and throw it out the window, and nobody can see it. You didn't hear the dogs? If he walked out that door, you didn't hear the dogs when you put them up, whether it be a kennel or whether they were upstairs. The dogs didn't scratch and bark like they did when you did that first interview with the hands? You and your husband? Because they were barking in the background when they were doing the interview. And it didn't seem like anything was startling them during the time of that interview. But they were barking in the background. And I said, I hear the dogs in the background. They're sitting there talking about Sebastian going missing, and the dogs are in the background. What door did he walk out of? I don't think he walked out the door. Most certainly, he did not walk out that door. This is the month of February, 26, folks, midwinter. 15-year-old is going to go outside barefoot? Come on. That don't even sound right. All the shoes were accounted for, but you still think he went outside barefoot. No coat. A 15-year-old is going to leave the house without his phone, knowing he's going away from the home because he may be pissed off. Maybe something got him upset. Maybe there was an argument, a pushback on something. He didn't agree with something that she said. She didn't agree with something that he said or did. I think that's where the story is right now. For me, it is. And I'm not pointing the finger at the mother. I'm just saying those are the two that were together at the time. If the third party, the stepdad, was at work, if he was at work, because nothing has corroborated that story to me so far. If he was at work. Because of the Nancy Grace interview, she had asked during the time that he left at the beginning of February, were you ever back at the home between the time you left and the time you came back? And he said yes. but I can't give you any dates. And she was able to infiltrate that little pocket, that little gap he tried to keep open of time between the beginning of the month and the end of the month, and she was able to get into that box. So it tells me something, as it did you if you heard the interview. It's like, wait a minute. Is he saying something? John, I have all the files on this RICO case with, oh, I bet. And that's the other thing, too. Thank you, Carol, for bringing that up. This should not have even happened, this part. Now, that's like I began tonight's live. It's doing too much. If you can't take a break, none of these content creators can take a break. Just it's a missing child that's involved here. Now take a break. You don't have to try to be number one to break the news on every little tidbit all the time. Take a break. Make sure that what is coming in it fits. Be smart with intelligence. Pause for a minute. Take a break. I found a lot of the stuff, no, didn't work. That's why I took a break. Now look how far, look at what they're talking about now. Are you kidding me? How did we get from Sebastian going missing to a RICO case? Wait a minute. Where's this? With Dog and Seth and all these other people. And I'm going, what? They got to be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. No, this is real. They got people arguing over this case and slandering people over this case over a missing child. Now look where the attention is in the case. It's not on Sebastian. I'm sorry to say. And that is unfortunate. And I would feel that content creators would know that. When you're off point, you're off point. And if you're going to try to listen to every tit for tat and word for word, and he said, she said, you're going in an entirely different direction. It's got nothing to do with Sebastian. Nothing. That's sad. Yet you got people trying to bounce back up off of it, but you got those content creators pushing it. Oh, they can't do nothing to me. I'm not doing anything wrong. This, that, and the other thing. They started with me, and that. Oh, not. It's off the case. It's got nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, it takes away the energy from trying to find out where Sebastian is. It hit me. I said, no, I'm not even touching this. We got content creators out there reading the lawsuit that was filed online with names, addresses, and everything, doxing people. I'm saying, oh my God, this has gotten way out of hand. I thought Summer Wells' case was a rodeo horse. But now you got people's names and addresses and places and states where they lit everything online. How does that help to find Sebastian? It doesn't. It should have not happened at all. Because John Q wasn't coming online to do that. That wasn't even a part of the case file. See, I want to know. See, for me, I want to know when a phone call was made, the morning that someone was contacted, that Sebastian went missing, and they called the sheriff's department rather than 911, I want to know why the sheriff's department call was made. That's what I want to know. I want to know who picked up the phone to receive that report to respond. Give me that piece of information. That's what I want to know. Who arrived first, and then what backup came behind that? Because shortly thereafter, everybody by at least 9 a.m. was all out there. I want to know that. I don't want to hear who's playing my live on their channel and criticizing me. I don't care. I don't. I find that so silly that somebody else is going to use somebody else's content as content on their channel to criticize what they're talking about when they're doing nothing. It's silly. That damn high school kids waiting for a lunch break to go smoke a joint in the fucking courtyard. I'm like, nah, I see where this is going. But that should not have even happened. RICO? How the hell did it show up here? Other people talking. It's other people talking about nothing. Much to do about nothing. Someone says CP was there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Marie, you know, is that true? I get what you're saying. I go back to the first word you use in a sentence. Someone. Who? I want to know who CP talked to at the sheriff's department the morning that Sebastian was reported missing by KP. That's a detail right there. Oh, we can't talk about that because law enforcement told us that, not to divulge that information. It may interfere with the investigation. That's great to say, but you're full of shit. That's what I mean, you got to go there. And I'm sure a lot of people went there. You can't do that. And misjustice, yeah, I see that. I see it. I've done some, running around, scrounging around and looking around, and I've seen that. A lot of it. A lot of it. And it takes away from the case. And that's the unfortunate part. Now I see why people have backup channels. Those are the ones that are ready for the shit. Just in case. I don't have a backup channel. My channel's not monetized. I don't have to worry about all that stuff. I say what I say. Those that like it, okay, can agree with me. Those that don't, okay, I get it. I get it. But it's uncalled for. A lot of it is. What does it have to do with the child going missing? What does it have to do with the child that went missing? Nothing. Once I get my answer, I'm like, okay, I know what to do. What were my questions again? Oh, that's right. Why did somebody call the sheriff's department rather than call 911? That's where I was. How long did it take KP to leave the house? What time did she leave? 6:30? Where'd she go? I want to know where she went. How far? How slow? How long? When was she told to come back? What time did she get back? And who was the first people that she spoke to when she got back? What did they say to her? What did she say to them? When was the first actual connection that she made with law enforcement that morning once it was reported? That's where I want to go, right there. See, that makes sense to me because I'm following the movements. I'm following that train of action in the case. I'm not talking about RICO. How long did it take them to search the house? How many people searched? How many reports came in from the people that searched? What time did K9 get there? How many units got there? What did they search? How long? What time did they stop? What reports did they turn in? You get a hit at a retention pond. What time did that take place and who made the hit? The false positive. How is it reported? And I'm not talking about what CP said. Nothing about what he said. I want to hear it from the official that did the action, that made that report. Who made that report? The Cajun Navy said no hits on Nancy Grace's interview. Remember? Because she was adamant about it. Did you get a hit or not? Did you find anything? No. So how could there be a scent trail that goes from the house to the retention pond? If any at all, and there was none. So anybody else reporting that, oh, there was a hit and oh, we were told, see, that's third and fourth party, information. No. Where's the official that was out there during the time of the search that reported that? That's what I want to know. Because once it's verified, it's a done deal. You don't have to go into any other area. So since there was no hit and nothing led them to the retention pond other than the subdivision that was under construction, where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go? You go back to the house. You go back to the house. Okay, why was the sheriff's department called again? And not 911? Somebody gave an excuse for not calling 911. Hence, the truth is right there. Why would you do that? "911 is there just for that specific reason, an emergency. There was an off call that was made to the sheriff's department. a non-emergency call. Now, that reminded me of what happened in the West Boys case. They didn't call 911. Trezell West did not call 911. He called a non-emergency line to get police to respond out there in California City, California, for two missing toddlers, 3 and 4, that went missing at night somehow when both parents were at home. That's how that case started. Wait a minute. Both parents at home for the West case. Parents at home for Summer Wells. Is there some kind of script or recipe that people are following? When people are at home and yet people go missing? Are you kidding me? But that's what's being put out there, folks. And we're to believe it. We're to believe it. We're to believe it. 6:03, she called CP, but LE didn't get called until 6:33. LE arrived at 7 a.m. Thank you, Philip. Now, take a look at the time now. You put a timeline there, see? Now, that's critical to the case. 6:33 to 7. Most people would say that that's a half hour. Seth wasn't called until 7:25, or text, according to what he said, 7:25. He wasn't contacted, let's say. 7:25. He's getting off work. Wow. Talk about timing. He got no call at all at 6:30. He wasn't even contacted at 6:30. Hey, is Sebastian with you? Or did Sebastian call you? He wasn't even notified. That's the first place anybody would call. It's not call the police. Wait a minute. He's missing. Maybe he stepped out the house. No, his shoes are there. His coat's here. His phone is here. He doesn't get contacted until almost 7:30. They don't show up until what, 8 o'clock, a little after 8, law enforcement, after the call to the sheriff's department. I want to know who was the first one there. Who made contact? Who opened up this call? Why don't we have any notes from that first point of contact? And then who was contacted? And then who was contacted? And so on and so forth. That's how this whole thing began to open up. How did the whole entire day go, that first day, the 26th, until the time is that everybody go home? If you hear something, if you see something, say something, call us. We'll be back out here tomorrow. And the next day, and the next day. What time they start, when they finish. What time they start, when they finish. What time they start, when they finish. Where'd they look? How long did they look? How many people looked? Because to cover well over 5 miles in a short period of time is tough work. On foot, in the air, with thermograph. And this boy is not walking on the street. No reports of anybody seeing him, no sightings, nothing. 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, maybe even 20, who knows? Until they scaled it back. Now, that was a turning point for me. You know, when covering the Summer Wells case, they didn't scale back that quick. They did not scale back that quick. Now, Rogersville into all the other surrounding areas is rough terrain. There's nothing but land and houses, land and houses, land and houses. But they didn't scale back that quick. EquiSearch was out there twice. EquiSearch was also out. In this case, I was able to find out with confirmation. But they pulled back quite quickly. Why? Wait a minute. Major search stops in Kentucky. And then the search lightens up and starts to filter out in a short period of time. They look for Summer far longer than they look for Sebastian. Why? Because something was still back at the house. That's what I got. I said, wait a minute. How is that? I wish Nancy Grace had asked CP on the spot what the sheriff's number is. Oh, that would have been great. I'm willing to bet he doesn't even, well, he didn't even know the make and model of his own damn truck, his own vehicle. He had to look all up in the sky to say, I think it's a 2015, 2016. Like, I don't know. I don't care type response. She didn't like him. He didn't like her asking him about Faith, his daughter, about the mattress being in the garage. And he tightened up there. Chronicles of Olivia didn't ask him that question. Miss Duchess didn't ask him that question. Miss Smiley didn't ask him that question. Nancy Grace did, because she had some background. She tipped her hand to tell us that she'd done a little bit more digging than we had did on YouTube. That's her job. And he was able to tell us a little bit about protective orders, protection orders. Oh, really? What's that about? I really couldn't tell you. I mean, not that I know of. Is the answer that she got from CP. You don't know about stuff legally happening in your name and with one of your children? Are you kidding me? See, I found a red flag there. Did something happen to be connected to Sebastian from that particular angle? Who knows? Who knows? but taking it the way it came, that's what we heard. That's what we heard. But like I said, the unfortunate thing is, once again, where we are right now with this whole entire case. It saddens me to see all this extra activity happening for nothing. For nothing. Then how did this case get a RICO case involved in it as well? Wait a minute, what the hell's going on? So where's everybody's attention going to? And I saw what happened, and I'm saying, pause. I'm waiting for something to come directly out of the case. When are they going to hold a conference, police conference update as to where they are with the Sebastian Rogers case? I've listened to Seth Rogers and the various different news pieces that he did, Court TV, News Nation, staying up on that, him and Tony Mathis, his spokesperson. And I had let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that, because when I heard what I heard, and I said, "Oh, come on now," it like took me for a loop. It took me for a major loop. Saying this guy is out here trying to locate and look for his son, but yet this is different. What are they talking about now? And I listened. And I went back over the interviews, and I came back to that, and I listened again. Went back over some of the other interviews, and then I listened again. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is it. Do me a favor, folks. Type a 1 in the chat if you want me to continue along these lines. If not, type a 2 and say, "John, talk about something else." Type a 1 in the chat to say, "John, keep going. Let me see what you got." Or just type a 2 and say, "No, change the subject, man." And that's okay too, because you guys make the channel. Remember that. I've always told you that. You guys always channel. Because when I came across this last clip, I'm saying, "Oh, damn. This is not good." Okay, we got some 1s. Y'all sure? Y'all sure? Miss Justice, Crystal Smith, Marie, Beverly, Julie, Don't Dive, 509. Welcome. Miss Ebony, the analyst, Angie. Okay. Philip. Okay. Follow your gut. Miss Hannah said, okay. All right. So get a hold of this. Get a hold of this carefully. Because when it grabbed me, I'm like, whoa. I know they're not talking about this. I mean, Maria Antoinette, because there was a direct looking beyond. Okay. There was a direct, the first time I've heard it, and I'm sure you must have heard it too, a direct accusation. It wasn't roundabout and, I'm kind of skirting around, kind of pointing the finger, but I don't want to point this was a direct finger pointing out of this one. And it went on national TV. I'm going to share it with you now. I want you to get what impacted me, because it blew me away. I'm saying, okay, this is escalated. Let's go.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
No, y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? Thank you, Ms. Justice, for the disclaimer. Y'all heard that, right? I'm like, whoa. Out of all this is where we come to. Thank you for reminding me, Ms. Justice. This is directed now. We know for a fact. I said, wait a minute. They must have something much more solid than we think. Listen to it again. 1 second, one more again.
You wonder what else.
Right here.
Under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
That's powerful right there. We know for a fact. They know for a fact Sebastian didn't walk out that house. That is about as clear as anything that I've ever heard. I've been saying that too, but now to hear it from Seth's spokesperson regarding it, they must have something called evidence to support that claim. They lied in court regarding a protective order against Betty Blowhorn, who's a part of their team looking for Sebastian. This is now escalated. Let's continue.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
my professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
I've never heard that before. A cover up from Sumner County. His professional opinion. Now this is direct. I've always felt uneasy about the phone call. Not the 911 phone call, but the phone call to the sheriff's department that morning. And now he's bringing it out that there's some kind of cover going on. Obviously, he can't say what it is, but when you make a claim like that, there's something he's got that's pointing the finger in that direction. And I said in my last live, is something, that's making me feel very uneasy about that that call that was made, when it should have been a 911 call. It was a call, non-emergency call, made to the sheriff's department. And yet they came back out and reported no foul play, no evidentiary value, all this downplay stuff on a lot of the stuff that was being talked about. And then it just seemed like the case was dimming out. But here now, they're making specific claims. And I find this very concerning now, because it does shed more concern for this case when it involves the people that were the first responders to the case. That's why I said, wait, John, wait, chill out. Let's see the next few days. Let's see what comes out of this. Nothing. Let's continue to pause. Continue to listen. Continue to look to see how this develops. Not go, oh my God, I got to go live now. And jump on with a little tidbit and try to stretch it out. I'm not doing that. But let's proceed, because this does get deep.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Is that plain and simple? That's very direct. No evidence of him leaving that house. That's what I concluded during my investigation on my side. How does he get out of the house? No scent, nothing. And the scent, whether it be the cadaver dogs or the tracking dogs that Nancy Grace had covered on her channel, she covered it quite well because the Cajun Navy squad was a part of the panel. Nothing, no hits. And I said, well, how does he get out of the house? Hence now Seth brings up that point. I said, okay, he has something. CPS reports that it took eternity for him to get, that told him that it was Sebastian who needed a restraining order. Now you go figure that one out. Why on earth would he have said that? Not unless the content of the reports says so, and in ways that obviously is going to stay under wraps until they're collecting their evidence. Take a pause. Wait till the evidence comes in. Let there be a statement made. Then you can come live. Make commentary on it. We're not looking for Facebook posts. We're not looking for anything done online. We're looking for legitimate legal evidence that begins to give this case more shape and form than it already has. And that's what I wait for. Let's continue here.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
Isn't that something? And once again, that's what I've done. Because we know that being a fact, and the truth is right in your face. The truth is dead in your face. And all you got to do is just look and see what person is telling you this stuff in your face and why they are online. Call YouTube, True Crime Community, trying to dissuade everybody that's been following this case to think otherwise. You know, I went over Smiley's interview. We don't know how to interview. We're just YouTubers. But, you know, as concerned people caring for a case, caring for the cause, we try to do our best. I listened to that interview. I listened to Duchess' interview. Not really an interview. I felt that, you know, she's leading a lot of the times, sort of like prefacing certain things and then asking questions, rather than just ask the question and be quiet and let them reveal what they want to. Chronicles of Olivia's interview, I saw that a number of times. And that's when I began to see the subtle changes. It's a very short interview, but you can see exactly what Tony Mathis just got finished saying. You know, the truth never changes, but you can see the subtleties of the changes throughout the course of the interviews. When they got to Nancy Grace, my God, now we got from night to day in the course of the interviews, all of them, combined and put together. And that's how I like to follow facts. There was another, not really an interview, but a Q&A that was done on Web Sleuth, her channel, I follow, pertaining to this case. And CP came on and he just wanted to bash everybody that was asking these weird questions that had nothing to do with the case. In his mind, deter, detract. People are going to ask the questions that they're going to ask because that's what's on their mind. He has to remember you gave us these questions to ask because you didn't answer them during the course of the interviews you did. Knucklehead. You can't blame the audience of any YouTuber's channel, any content creator's channel at all, watching and following what they were able to watch and follow, especially you and KP during these interviews that left these questions in their mind. So now they have an opportunity to interact, if they could, when they could, following these content creators talking to you, and yet you're still giving them the same rigmarole. The malarkey is what Web Sleuth called it. Malarkey. I call it bullshit. Straight up. Because that's what it's meant to do. Don't get on our backs because Sebastian went missing. Y'all don't know the facts. And only law enforcement knows the facts. And I can't talk about the facts because they prevented me from telling you the facts because this is an ongoing investigation. But yet you're there to clear it up, right? It's total ludicrous. You're trying to do something that you're kicking your own ass about, and still can't clear it up because guess what? Those people still have those same questions that have not been answered. You know, how do you clear up something where you're not still giving the answers to questions you're avoiding? Something happened in the house. You weren't there. So why are you trying to answer so many different questions that don't even pertain to you even being present at the time it happened? and that's called cover. That's the only thing that came to my mind is cover. Did something go wrong between 6:30, the time they left the Texas Roadhouse, until the time they got home? Sebastian had a great day. When he got home, what happened? Did that great day turn into something else? One thing that I heard on Web Sleuth coming from CP's mouth is that Sebastian has a hard time going to sleep. And that like jumped over my head. She told him to go to bed at 9 o'clock. Bedtime, time to go to bed, 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Heard a thump, a thud, a noise, 10 o'clock. I don't care what you're doing in there. Knock it off and go to bed. He had a hard time going to sleep at night, which is a part of autism. Kids get riled up, got things on their mind. That's why I said they didn't understand the world that Sebastian lived in, because there was no way. It was a routine to them. Sebastian was living an entirely different life. Routine is what they were trying to make his life out to be. But Sebastian was just free-flowing. He's trying to figure this stuff out. He's got feelings, thoughts, memories, moments, himself. Not even a part of this case, unfortunately. And I dug that deep to see this, because it's not coming out of the language of the people that are now out here looking for him. All except his father, biological father, Seth, has been feeling this ever since day one. He didn't want to receive that text message from CP, nor the phone call that came afterwards to try to get clarification as to what the hell the text was all about and why he should show up after work after doing a 12-hour shift to jump all the way to their house because now Sebastian is missing. Now he's got CPS reports that he didn't even know about in his lap that took him forever to get, to make the statement that it was Sebastian that needed the restraining order against CP and KP. Check that out. What did he call them? Just moments ago, what did he call them? So there's something in the reports that's giving him more than a strong indication that a lot was going on, more so in the house than they led him to believe. And there's a lot about the interviews, all, what is it? Smiley, Duchess, Chronicles, and Nashville News, Nancy Grace, and Web Sleuth. 6 representing statements regarding this case. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Where does it go back to? It goes right back to the house. And I've said that since I've started looking at this case. John, you got to look at this case. John, lay eyes on this case. What insight could I give this case? Just look at it. Just look. I'll send you some information. Let me email you. And I'm glad I did. I put the first poster up on my community board, and I said, you know something? I was doing a case out of Dalton, Illinois, covering the corrupt mayor. Out of there, when this case came to my table, you got to do it, John. I said, okay, I'll do part one, and didn't know what to call it, but it reminded me of the other cases, and that's why I posted that first live. Do you see what I see? Because the parent's story reminded me of other stories that I've heard before. Let's continue.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bedtimes, what happened after he went to bed. Just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many inconsistencies. Also, not rock solid alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Vinny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers is going to stay with us. We've got.
Now, that's a direct answer. Are you willing to take a polygraph test? Yes, ma'am. But, and the word but is a short 3-letter word that negates. It negates everything that's mentioned before it. We're going to go down to so-and-so's house, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. But actually, and here comes the real reason, or the real motive, or the real story, if you will. I looked up that word but. A lot of people, have been sitting on their butts trying to figure this whole thing out. But the word but negates everything that's prefaced before it. So someone can be talking to you and say this, that, and the third, and la-di-da-di-da. But, and when you hear that but, pay attention. It's a pause. It's a change into something else. Wanted to cue you in on what the cue knows, because that's a cue I've always listened to for years. When someone talks to me that way, and they say, but, however, oh, pause. And you better listen carefully, because there's something coming behind that doesn't even relate to what was previously said before it. In legal terms, it's called a non sequitur. Non sequitur. A statement which is made in the beginning, which changes the outcome to what was previously said before. Non sequitur. You can look it up. Something that does not follow common sense, a course of common sense. And it can slip right by you easily, especially when someone knows how to wordcraft, knows how to talk. You know, we should be used to it with all the politicians out there talking at us right now, wanting their votes. They do a lot of buts. However's, nevertheless, all this weird jargon. We only hear what we know to be important and to be true to us. What comes after is something else that is changed to, or an interpretation, if you will. That's all it is. So this is the kind of language that shows up in these cases. Who does your wife work for? Well, we can't give out that information about the company that she works for and everything else like that. Law enforcement told us not to give out that information. When did you leave and when did you come back? I left at the beginning of February and didn't come back until the 26th. Were you ever at home after the time you left in February? Yes, I was. I did. And he didn't know he got caught. But I can't give you dates because law enforcement doesn't want me to give dates and everything else like that. But I was back. Okay. Now that puts you in the box. You can't give the dates as to when you came back after you left the first time at the beginning of February. You're not giving specifics. Now there's something wrong there. You were back several times, but you can't give specifics there. That puts you where? In Hendersonville, doesn't it? Yes, it does. But I can't answer anything specific because law enforcement doesn't want me to give out that information because it may interrupt or obstruct the investigation. Oh, good place to hide. Law enforcement told me not to take a polygraph test. Didn't have to. Even though I volunteered, but I didn't have to. So I didn't. Well, would you take a polygraph test if we were able to set it up? Yeah, sure, ma'am. Name the place and time. I'll be there. Did he go? Did he go? Type your answer. Hey, Chris, if you're looking at this, watch my chat. Did CP go to take that polygraph test that Nancy Grace offered him an opportunity to take to clear his name? Look at this. Look at this. Hey, Chris, I hope you're looking. And she was willing to pay for it. Polygraph tests are not cheap, especially if they're going to be done right. He didn't not only not come back, but he told her on a phone call, on a follow-up to that actual interview that she did with them, he told her that law enforcement didn't want them to do any more interviews with her. Yeah, Beverly. Yeah. No. Can't go through that door. Nancy's too tough. She's asking me about my daughter, you know, lawsuits that were filed against me from my ex-wife and all that. I don't want her to pull out that story. That's got nothing to do with Sebastian. Oh, yes, it does. It's got everything to do with previous behavior. Oh, damn, Nina said something? Oh, Lord, now, what did I get myself into? Yeah. CP, what did you get yourself into? Nina coming out and making commentary about her relationship with you during the time that you were together? You gave some kind of side story about something that that happened? Nah, see, it's all one-sided. When you get the other side, guess what? You don't hear about that Nina story no more. In fact, they're not even doing any more interviews. Too much. Social media is they're animals out there. Like you can control what social media thinks about all the gaps you left in the story that you told. You're the one who brought us here. We were minding our own business, following a different case until you came along. Remember? Now here you come. You tell us this story when it should have came out your wife's mouth because you said you weren't even there. So what do you think we're going to think, knucklehead? Seth's out there looking for his son, and he showed every step and iota of proof. Nothing compared to what Seth has shown us has come from your doorstep. Why is that? Or your wife's doorstep. Why is that? Are you looking for Sebastian? Nancy Grace asked them. And they both said, yes. Where's the proof? You're handing out flyers. You're talking to somebody. You're back on the news. We're still looking for Sebastian. Are you following up with News Nation? Are you following up with Nancy Grace? Are you trying to get the story out to keep the story alive for Sebastian? I haven't seen him. I don't know. Have you? It's like a Don and Candace Wells kind of thing. We want to find our daughter, but in the background, we're not really doing anything about it. And then to get to this RICO thing, it blows my mind. And I said, oh my God, they're taking this entire thing and going in a different direction with it. And I hope it doesn't lessen the attention that it really and truly needs up off this case to find Sebastian. Because of all this shit that's going on with content creators. It's absurd. I wouldn't have put my name on nothing. Nothing. But it's gotten so bad, and people have been threatened so bad, I guess. Phone calls and emails and text messages and messengers and Facebook posts and all this other stuff. For what? Oh, screenshot it. As proof. Screenshot it. Are you kidding me? What is a screenshot going to do? Not look for Sebastian. It's a mess. It's a mess. And it should stop. Just period. People need to take a break. Take a pause. You've been digging too hard on this case. You've been spending time on something that you should be spending other time on. That's what it's saying. And it's only something that I've seen over and over and over again that only says, take a break. You're going too hard. You're doing too much. We know you want to help, but when the help starts to hurt, you're doing something wrong. That's me. When the help starts to hurt, then you're doing too much, you're going in the wrong direction, and you're doing something wrong. That's just me. I don't ever step into this arena because I know where I started. I'm here to help. If you stay there, you'll be okay. If you start listening to white noise in the true crime community and you go in that direction, then you're not here to help. You're here to defend. And if you're out there trying to defend, there's no way you could be thinking about this case. You're on a damn computer. You're not in people's face. They don't live across the street or next door to your house to be of that much of a threat for people to be filing lawsuits online. Think about it. Lawsuits online. What is that, a new show? Lawsuits online. Open your mouth the wrong way and somebody can bring a lawsuit against you. Only because there's a missing child. Film at 11. You talk about mental illness. There it is. I said it. And you got people ganging up on other people, all because there's a missing child and it's got nothing to do with them. Go back to day one. And they're doing this. See, it's people with too much time on their hands with nothing else to do because they got no place to go, no money to spend, and perhaps no job to get up to go to begin with. So hence they find another way to get attention. It's sad, but I said it. I'm gonna give it to you straight. That's what I see. Over a missing child. Oh, Lord. And there's some things about this case, and I'm going to be honest, that I've learned for myself because I've gone around on YouTube collaborating to where, you know, I'm pulling back my time from those types of collaborations because of this mess. It's hard to collaborate, and you find yourself amongst certain people that are just going in a different direction. You thought that, you know, we could do something, but I can't go there. It's got nothing to do with the reason, as to the reason I started the case. Good luck. That's what I got to say. Good luck. In whatever it is you find and whatever it is that comes out of it, you know, good luck. I'm going to keep my eye on continuing to get the facts about what happened to Sebastian, and the rest of the stuff can go to the side, you know, for other people who can't sleep at night. Because you'll find them even after this live. Even after this live, they'll be on. They'll be online talking somewhere. not about Sebastian. It's more about defending. And that's where you know you're in the wrong building. You know, love them, they're people. You know, we're all not perfect. We're not perfect. I just know how I started, and I know how I'm going to end before I begin to move on. And until valid, checkable, verifiable information comes from this case, I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause. Because the next move is what you just got finished Seth talking about. He's the man that's got to follow up. And his spokesperson is the person that's going to follow up. That's who I want to hear from. I don't want to hear from any other content creator that's got theories and ideas and speculation and allegedly and in my opinion. I don't want to hear all that. It's not about those things. It's about finding Sebastian. Not he said, she said, we said, they said, and all this other stuff. That's high school stuff to me. And it took me a little while to jump back up here on live to deliver, I guess, this particular message. Because that's what I'm looking at. And if I lose people, I'm okay with that. I lost people during the Summer Wells. I lost people with Cash Gernon. I lost people when I covered the West Boys case. I'm not worried about numbers. I'm not worried about, you know, green flags hitting my chat or anything else like that. I just don't. That's why I'm not monetized. But yet you will get commercial-free, uninterrupted time at any given live that I've done with no commercials. No interruption from YouTube, no ads, no nothing. I'm straight because that's the way I come. If you can handle it, good. Because I'm not going to waste your time. If not, guess what? It'll just be a live for the archives. It'll just be a live for the archives. Point blank. It ain't going to be talked about again, not unless you're going to use it as evidence against another content creator so that you can take them and put them on a lawsuit. That's crazy. There's a missing child out here. What are you guys doing? That's the hard part for me. And it's not all of them. Thank God. It's not all of them. It's certain ones that are doing it. And you don't have to look too far because they're online every day. Every day. Some even on backup channels. They're live every day. You don't cover a case like that every day. The police don't even have answers like that every day. So what makes anybody think that you got answers every day? You can't. You can't. And that's why taking a break is natural. It's normal. It's absolutely necessary. That's why they have different shifts on jobs, because people need breaks from work. You do a little bit, they do a little bit. The other one does a bit, then you come back to do your bit. That's how it works. You can't try to work this thing straight on through and say, we're going to get to the answer, I promise you, so help me God. You're not going to get there. You're going to fall out and realize And all you did was spend your time away from something more important than what you were talking about. All you did was create a dynamic outside of the story you were talking about. Now you got to deal with your shit. And in a way, that's now got your attention. And you may take a break. I've always said you need to take a break. When you're doing too much, you're not doing enough someplace else. It's 1 + 1, folks. This shit's been here before us. It'll be here way after us. Straight up. Straight up. Let's get back to the video and then I'm going to close it out.
We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today. And you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, like the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go towards what she can say about this case? We'll be back.
Have other people contacted you based off of Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes, sir.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot. So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them. I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about them. Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone, there's got to be a reason. He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from Andrew Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete, for the record.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis. Just a quick clarification, everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there. And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersox, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted? They never asked who contacted them, because nobody that is on Betty's team or my team is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
And Benny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, this is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you. That shouldn't make you afraid of a 5-foot female as a man that has a strong history of being able to deal with females.
So let's refocus now and get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent. I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. Right. So what is the status of the search for Sebastian? As you sit here tonight, what is going on? Who is doing what, whether it's law enforcement, any private organizations, members of the public, whoever? What is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County, the people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
Vinny, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are. But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son. You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
Was flirting.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
He's supposed to be married.
Yeah.
Vows not mean anything anymore.
So let's talk about this now. There's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
A lot of things, Vinny. They can pray. They can continue to spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support. Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie or any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian.
And that's what I've said all along. And I guess people can get that back right where they started. It's about Sebastian. Where do we end up 8 months later after this young boy went missing on February 26th? Sometimes between the hours of 6:30, when he left the Texas Roadhouse with his biological mother, up until she got up the next morning to find out he wasn't in the house. See? That's 12 and a half hours. No, 11 and a half, excuse me. Think about that. That's the timeline. 6:30, leaving the Texas Roadhouse until 6 a.m. the next morning. Now look at that timeline. Everything else we don't know about. Seth verbally gave his verbal proof that he watched a video of KP and Sebastian leaving the Texas Roadhouse. That's it. That was the last time he has seen his son on video alive. Since that time, nothing but a phone call the next morning, a text message to a phone call the next morning saying he was missing. Now you take a moment and put yourself in Seth's shoes. You see a video of your child leaving a restaurant with his ex, your ex. Next thing you get is a text message from the stepdad, then a phone call from the stepdad telling him, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. Where do you go? Where do you go? Huh? What? You're kidding me, right? You're joking? Where the hell are you? Oh, well, I'm at work. Well, if you're at work, why didn't KP call me? Did he get a call from her? Well, 1 + 1. Did he know anything about CPS showing up to the house in January? 1 + 1. Did she call him that morning to let him know that Sebastian was missing? We didn't hear anything. He didn't say anything. 1 + 1. See, when you start to take a look at these 1 + 1 cases and start to dig out that's what you have to go after. And not all this content creator stuff. We don't know the story. We weren't there. We can only dig out the facts as they're given to us from legitimate sources. Court TV is a legitimate source. Why? Because the person that it involves in this case is on Court TV telling us. Come on, 1 + 1. That's where you should be getting your information from. Not from any of us. That's why if I come on live, I'm going to show you a receipt that's coming from the case. It's not me just making up shit. I'm not going to sit here and make up stuff, especially if I'm in the area of trying to help. And he said, and they said, and we said, and what I heard, and oh, Lord have mercy. That's nothing but, you know what I'm talking about. You heard it before. All grown adults out there following this case. Bring the receipt and let the receipt speak for itself. That's why I wanted to bring this one, because this was the last receipt I got. Now, the lawsuit is a receipt. I've seen it. I've read it a number of times. And I said, I'm not putting that on my channel. I'm not even going to talk about it because it's got nothing to do with finding Sebastian. None of it. It's heartbreaking to hear the father's plea in the body of the lawsuit. It started this whole thing. How this case started up until he has to make a statement in the body of the lawsuit to say, and here's how the rest of these people got involved, type stuff. And they shouldn't be there. None of them. Now you're sitting up in court. How are you searching for Sebastian? How are you looking for Sebastian? I'd put pressure on Sumner County Sheriff's Office. That's where the pressure belongs. Not on YouTubers. It doesn't belong on YouTubers. None of them. They can talk all the bullshit they want. It's their channel. I get it. But the pressure belongs on Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the first people that were contacted when Sebastian went missing. And it will fix it right there. Then you ask the question, who received the call? How was the report taken? Who was dispatched and what time did they get there? Now follow the case from there. Not all this other stuff. And yet you think full-grown people would know that. Things that make you say, Not everybody's there. And that's fine. Come up as you grow up. I get it. But we shouldn't be here with this. Now he's got to take time out regarding a lawsuit while he's still searching for his son. Take time out for a lawsuit where he's got to convene with people to do searches and continue to search and continue to ask questions. But you know something? I picked up a signal from Dog the Bounty Hunter. News Nation is a couple of the interviews that he's done. Jennifer Coffin Daffer was another interview that he did. You'll find some information in those interviews from Dog. He's going in one direction. One direction. That's why he's not every day back and forth coming out and talking about stuff. There's some people out there that have colluded in some way, shape, or form to stop any kind of movement in this case. And that's crazy. That's the part that really gets me. Who on earth would do something like that? Why would there be a group of people that would stop looking for this 15-year-old? Huh? It doesn't make sense. And it will never make any kind of sense. And if they would say, wait a minute, what am I doing? Where did I start? Why did I start this? What was I thinking? Okay. Let's find Sebastian Rogers. Get back to the grid. The grid is the case, and the case is finding Sebastian. You got to go from here to get to a different place regarding finding this child that's been missing since the 26th of February. It's been 8 months now. The reward is $125,000. That applies to everyone who has any information on the whereabouts of this child. How long has it been since, if he's alive, how long has it been since he's had medicine? If he's alive, where is he sleeping? If he's alive, what is he eating? If he's alive, how is he dressing? There are a whole lot of different parts that play an important part in finding out where this child is. No one's asking these questions. You'd rather bang on Betty Blowhorn, a content creator. They'd rather bang on Seth Rogers, the biological father. They'd rather bang on just each other. Each other. Oh my God. When you're really bored, you start banging on each other. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm going to use so-and-so's content who did a live last night who said, and I'm going to show you it on my channel as an exclusive and shoot the shit out of him. Oh, you can't make this up, man. Yeah, and turns into a RICO case. Come on, come on. Just to stop these people from doing it. Just to stop these people from doing it. Can you believe this? From the Summer Wells case to the Sebastian Rogers case, here's how we have grown up. And trying to help. Yes, proof of life. Thank you, Brandy. Some kind of proof of life. No one's asking about proof of life. If someone has abducted Sebastian, proof of life. But it won't go that way, because proof of life should have been shown earlier in the case if it was a kidnapping, if somebody snatched him. When he went to take out the garbage, and KP might have been on the phone or doing something else, or downstairs doing laundry, or whatever the hell it is that she was doing, not realizing whether he came back in the house or not, who could have snatched him up? When he went to take out the garbage, because that, she said, was one of his chores. That, she said, is what he did when they got back to the house. See, go back to the facts. Did he ever come back? And all the rest of the stuff that you're making up is bullshit. Now, if it's not, and he came back in, and he was in his room, and he was playing, like you said he was, playing what? We don't know. Was never specified. On his phone? On a Switch? What? He's playing general. Nothing specific. A lot of ambiguity here. You tell him to go to bed at 9. He says, good night to you, good night to the puppies, love you, love the puppy. I found that kind of strange too. Then an hour later, yet 15 minutes before you had to tell him to knock it off, you were on the phone, reading a book, laying down, getting ready to go to sleep on the couch, in the living room. Yet you never went to check on him when you heard the noise. See, that rubs me the wrong way just as well as it did Nancy Grace. Did you ever get up to check on him? No. Why not? She asked him, why not? Well, he's 15 years old and you don't want to step in on anybody. Bullshit, you're his mother. If you catch a peek, I mean, that's your baby. You've seen your baby well before he knew how to get dressed. And it's no disrespect if you care about his well-being to step in on him. Now, if he was in the bathroom and the door was locked, you can't step in on him. But if he's in his room, knock. If you respect his privacy. That wouldn't have prevented her from knocking on the door. Hey, you okay in there? Can I come in? As soon as she heard him acknowledge her to say yes, then you can open up the door and say, didn't I tell you to go to bed? You need to go to bed. Tomorrow's school. What's up? What's bothering you? Yet she never got up to check. Something wrong there. Then you're told to go to bed, being on the phone, that is. But Chris never brings it up. CP never brings it up during the duration of the phone call, during the duration of the interviews that he's done. In other words, he would have said that we had to pause off the phone call that we were on talking to each other just before she went to bed because she had to address Sebastian about going to bed. This happened maybe around 10, little after 10 or so, give or take. He never addressed it. I looked for little pockets to try to make sense. If somebody's on the phone at 9:46, I'm sure you did. 9:46, she's got a phone call. She tells him to go to, what are you doing in there? Knock it off, go to sleep. He would have heard that if she was on the phone, and he would have mentioned it during the course of the interviews, but none of them did. She didn't. He didn't. See, that's where they get caught. That's why Dog the Bounty Hunter is zoomed in on them. That's why the FBI put the $50,000 reward on the table, because they're zoomed in on them. Dog the Bounty Hunter and his crew doubles the reward amount and then comes around and hits it again with another 25. That's 125 on the table. They know somebody is lying. Put it straight. The story doesn't hold. And yet between them and Sumner County Sheriff's Department, there's something that needs to be taken a look at. And I would be looking at just those facts, like I told you during the live. That's me. Because if you tell me where he is, You tell me what happened. Even if it was an accident, don't use our resources like this. Don't put us through this. You're making it hard for yourself because eventually, if we catch you like we caught Trezell and Jacqueline West out of California City, California, regarding the 2 missing toddlers that went missing in December of 2020, we're going to make sure that your ass get locked up. And for a long time, for making us go through this. You got Tony Mathis sitting here, along with Seth Rogers sitting here. They made some very bold statements on court TV. And this is what hit me. They are lying in court. We know for a fact he didn't walk out that house. That's direct. You heard it. And Seth is sitting there with a bunch of CPS reports he never knew about. The one in January, possibly the one in December, and the one that Nancy Grace questioned CP on. The hitting with the belt versus not having a belt on. Remember that? He told the teacher, lied on me. CPS was called. They came over that night. We were having dinner. Right, Chris? When you hit him with the belt, which was one whack, and that was actually the first time you hit him, actually. When did that happen? Oh, that happened some time ago. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And you know it didn't. Never did. There's a lot going on in the background, folks, on this case. And that's where you got to stay, right there. And it's not bashing anybody. It's just getting after, hey, this is what you said, didn't you? And it's a part of the case, not a part of a content creator. Scrutinize the case, not a content creator. You scrutinize the case. Like, wait a minute, they're not scrutinizing the case. What's going on here? And I appreciate all of you being here tonight, just sharing this moment. I didn't have a title for tonight's live. I didn't think I was going to be able to connect, but I did. And I just said, okay, let's go. Let's just shoot it. And I talked about a number of different things that I came across, you know, and you can take a look at this case and then you can take a look at the condition of our country. It's the same thing. Same thing. People lying, not doing the job, not doing due diligence. There's something wrong. And this is about to get into it. And, oh my goodness, in the blink of an eye. Who knows where we're going to all be next week? some things I've been looking at. I said, I don't know whether to go from Sebastian Rogers' case to a couple of the things that I find very concerning. I said, well, let me just see if I can get on again. And sure enough, I did. Almost like if nothing happened. And I said, oh, shit, it worked. Damn, I got on. I'm way behind, but a caller said last night on another channel that the car waiting was a 2014 Nissan Altima. 3 carried him out the front. Ooh, there's a video. S never took out the garbage. Sebastian. Okay, CB. See? And when people say what they say, hey, I respect that. I'm not going to say, oh, I don't believe that, and start something with her. She's only watching this case like everybody else. But I appreciate the comment, CB. I'll keep that in mind. You know, you're being very exact in the information about a 2014 Nissan Altima. 3 carried him out the front. There is a video. Now that I would like to see, if there is. And if there is, and you can lay your hands on it, send it to me. I'd like to take a look at it. You know how I do video, just like I do maps. That's powerful. If that's true, that's powerful. Because if it's another detail, why wasn't that ever mentioned before? The thud wasn't initially in the interview. Okay, Brandy, I hear you. It was later added to her story. I'm with you. IMO, the thud never happened. With you again, but I think when he's found, it will prove knowledge of what happened. Yes, it will. Absolutely. See, but the longer this thing takes, and wherever Sebastian may be, still breathing or not, wherever he is, if he's with us, he gonna tell the story. He's gonna tell the story. If he's not, evidence will tell the story. The downside of the latter part is that if evidence has to tell the story, it may not tell the whole story. It's been 8 months. Been 8 months. We're getting ready to go into winter. And that's the hard part. November, December, January, February, March, April. Spring doesn't usually kick in real good and real hard. Spring takes time to come back to spring temperatures. And for the South, it's the same way. Up for the North, it's a little longer, but the South gets it a little earlier than the North does. And you got to wait till about the end of March to get into April to get spring-like weather, clear weather, no snow. When things are clear. That's the hard part. The longer he's out there, the harder it is to find. Like summer. The longer she's out there, the harder it is for us to find. If somebody's got her and she's already acclimated to whoever's got her, oh well, may show up later if she's still alive. If she was just given away because of some other thing that was going on in their life between Don and Candace. She's not letting him know what really truly happened that day. And he's clueless. If Candace happened to have given Summer away. I kind of thought that. That was just my thought. Because there was something else happening in the house that she woke up to during the wee hours of the morning that she didn't like. That was happening between maybe Don and Summer, that she wasn't getting her full attention on. I said, I hope that wasn't the case, even though they were sleeping downstairs in the basement, almost nearly together. Summer's mattress on one side of the steps and their mattress on the other. Living downstairs in a basement that had no partition other than the steps that led downstairs. And with her being all whatever she was doing, and him being all of whatever he was doing mentally, you know, can't do it any other place. And she might have gotten fed up with what was going on and just came up with an idea to remedy it. I thought about that. Those are just my thoughts. I said, well, if that occurred, she's not going to talk. You don't need to. And she won't. And every time they tried to bring her to the pinnacle of zeroing in as to the time that she was with Summer and her last sighting of Summer and everything, she would turn around and break down, just like she did on the Dr. Phil show. And just like she did on the behavior panel, when she literally tore the mic off of her and said, I can't do this. I can't do this. And when Chris Madonna took her back out to the pond, you know, it was deja vu all over again. Things are happening in slow motion. Just little things that say, you know, somebody knew. It's been 3 years, over 3 years now, for Summer. Now you figure, you think they're going to find Summer? You know, you can go either way. If somebody has got her, and that's the way they wanted it, or she wanted it, we'll find out later if it shows up. But that's definitely guaranteed. We will find out later. If not now, it will be then. It'll be a hard thing to swallow because she's been missing for so long. 3 years. Daniel Robinson, who went missing out of Buckeye, Arizona, same thing. 25-year-old. Doing his job in a desert as a field engineer, biologist, goes missing at work. Come on, people. You put your thinking caps on around these cases. Come on. And you can begin to take a look at what was said. Go back again. Go back again. Go back again. And then it begins to crystallize to say somebody knows something. Somebody knows something. In the Summer Wells case, Candace knows exactly what happened to Summer. I've always said it. She was the one who was responsible. She was the one who was there, along with her mother. She was the one who laid eyes off of her. Yet she can't tell the story. And you had people like Dr. Phil, the behavior panel. I mean, she went through the gamut. People on YouTube. She wasn't giving it up. And maybe out of a crazy thought, maybe that could have been Candace's goal. I wish I never had any kids. She could have said, I wish I never had any kids, to be put through living this way on this hill in Rogersville with this man living in a shack. No, I'm just saying, Candace is human. She goes through that period in her life where she wished none of what she was living was happening, but giving a front to Don like if he was doing okay with everything. And yet his little hillbilly self, I can't call him little, he's bigger than her. Oh no, you sound like a politician, man. Sound like a politician. It starts stuttering and pausing and stuttering and pausing and looking up and and using words that we had never heard before. Okay. Maybe there was a decision made. We don't know. But they do. But guess what? They're the ones that's got to live with it. They're the ones that's got to live with it. Now we come to Sebastian Rogers' case. The two people got to live with it. Direct. If anything nefarious happened to Sebastian, there are going to be two people that has to live with that. And this case will be followed up on for the rest of the case's entire life, even if it goes cold. Because all you got to do, and this has always been the key to every case, all you got to do, if you're looking for a child, look no further than the parents. If you're looking for a child, look no further than the parents. Then you'll understand. Why did the child run away? Look at the parents. Why did the child become a criminal? Well, look at the parents. Because that's what law enforcement is looking at, the parents. I mean, it's hard fact. You want to learn about a family, look at the kids. You want to learn about the parents, look at the kids. You understand how a child acts, and you'll have an idea about the parents. It's reflective because it's connected. This is human nature we're dealing with. This is not some, something alien that just showed up. Well, especially if you're following cases and get deep into them to where, you're looking for human nature. What's natural, what's unnatural. What's natural and what's unnatural. What's consistent, what's inconsistent. The natural being unnatural and the unnatural trying to be natural. Have you seen it in this case? I have. I have in a lot of the cases. People trying to be natural unnaturally and unnaturally trying to be natural when they're lying. That's where it shows up. That's why I started this case the way I did. And do you see what I see? And I gave you case comparisons. Little Nicholas, 2 to 3 years old, got dumped in a dumpster. While mama was away visiting with her mother, boyfriend decided to do something otherwise. I showed you that. In the West case, how they came about to talk about what happened to the boys before they went missing. The press conference, that's national and around the world. How they lied to the press. I was chopping wood and it was cold. I wanted to start a fire. You remember that. I showed it to you. Jennifer Soto, Stephen Stearns, the interview that they did, how they told that story, only to find out what really happened to Madeline. It's hard shit. Yet this is what they come up with. This is the stuff they come up with. And they want us to believe it, like the Democrats. I'm looking at all these things. Damn Democrats again. Got nothing else better to do than to tell stories that have no factual basis. Nothing. But I don't want to mix politics between these case studies. But, when you get to take a look at it, one is acting like the other. Lo and behold, the truth comes out because it's been in your face since day one. It's gathering the evidence to prove that it's different than what they said. That's the hard part, because now it's got to be physical in order to go to court. Statements, evidence found in the house, evidence found in the bathroom, evidence found in the bedroom, evidence found in the backyard, evidence found in the vehicles. All that has got to come together to support an opposing story. If Katie's car was checked by tracker dogs, I thought about it. I said, well, if Katie's car was checked by tracker dogs, let's pinpoint this one, right? Would they find Sebastian in Katie's car? Answer is yes. They came home from dinner last night, so his scent would be in the car. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? wouldn't it? Front seat, back seat, anywhere in the car, his scent would be in the car, along with the dogs, wouldn't it? Who took this picture? So there would be no need for alarm to find his scent in her car. Right? Now you got to deal with time. Something happened. Something happened to him. Now you've got to deal with time. Temperature. How do you deal with temperature? Well, we were in the winter, weren't we? During the time he went missing. Temperature about low 30, give or take. And I've always said that military people know how to deal with temperature if they've been in the service, especially outside terrain. That's not sitting right with me, because they would have to navigate wherever they are at all times, anywhere they're assigned. Hot like Africa or as cold as Alaska. If they're going there, they have to be geared for it. So these are people that can think on their feet, especially if they're technical. And as far as we know, Mama was technical. Stepdad is mechanical, like driving a tank or a Humvee or transportation, things of that nature. Just thoughts I had. You can put those two elements together and kind of think about things. That's all. Just think about things. Because if he's in the house and there's nothing that can convince you that he left that house on foot, then another dynamic is playing into it. What could be that dynamic? And that's what I thought. Well, mom's technical and husband is mechanical. They both have service backgrounds. Temperature-wise, they would both be trained for temperature acclimations based upon any kind of an assignment that they were on previous. I'll keep that in mind. And I did. And look at this carefully, because there's a dynamic here that says something a bit differently than what we were told. But when the narrative comes out, then it's like, oh, damn. I don't know why he walked out that door. Yet, K9, no hits. You can't get a hit in the car if that's where he was last night. A negative hit, could you? How does a dog determine a negative hit from a positive hit, even though the dog has scented Sebastian being in these places from the house to the car? when everyone is looking outside of these items to begin with? If she said he walked out the door, car can't be included, but yet car has to be included because he was there the night before. House can't be included because he was there during the time they came back from dinner. So you have to exclude the house, exclude her car, and now go outside searching for him. No hit. But where was Sebastian? Well, two places. One's the house and the other is her car. Isn't it? Now you have to factor in the lights at 311 outside the house. Where did that video show up? Why is it during the time that Sebastian went missing? Is this something that needs to be looked at? I say yes. I call bullshit on Sumner County for calling it, it has no evidentiary value. And this video didn't show up any time other than the time that this child went missing, the morning of. I would want to know what their explanation for that is. How did they determine that to be non-evidence in this case? What gives you cause to believe that the lights that were outside floating around in the common area is of no evidentiary value? How did you come to your conclusion to stop there, even though it was caught on camera? And if there's something going on there, I'd be looking at them. And if Seth is leaning toward the same thing I'm leaning, to say that there is some kind of a cover-up, that somebody knew somebody in certain places up in Sumner County, then the FBI is looking at them too. Because, money can make people do the uncertain. That's one thing. You run behind on a car payment or pay off a house. Something's going on. And I hope they get down to the bottom of it. I really do. And this RICO lawsuit, it just needs to go away. And that should be a message to the folks that put the lawsuit out and the lawsuit involves. And for any other content creator out there covering the case. Like each other or not, don't mess this up. Don't mess this up. Summer's case got really wild, especially when it came to the reward fund. Summer's case got stupid. She's still missing. And the reward fund got over to the Children's Advocacy Center just like they were going to do it anyway. The same money that was drawn from the marathon that we did was almost a little bit more than that, almost the same money that went to the Children's Advocacy Center. Our money went to help the children anyway, whether they found Summer or not. I'm proud of that. I was part of a team that did that. and got ridiculed, got slammed all across the pond into Europe. But I said, hey, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. There were no boundaries that were out there to hurt anybody. And damned if you raise $32,000, you're not rich, okay? To help a fund find a child, give me a break. But you got those same kinds of people doing that in this case. And that's why I said, oh no, I hope this doesn't get messed up. These people can't be that off guard, that far off of looking for Sebastian to be buckling up amongst themselves. Oh, brother. No, not again. Not again. It is a hot mess, yeah. And I truly hope that, nobody, has to continue to go to court and all this FBI invest. All this stuff needs to be put on Sebastian, not these people. All this extra shit needs to be put on Sebastian, not these people. Oh, so-and-so's threatening. Take a picture. How's that? Get a phone recording of somebody threatening you. Get video of somebody threatening you. Put that on the table. Because that'd be the first thing that they would show on YouTube. But ain't nobody did it. It's all a bunch of hearsay. Where's the recordings? Put that on the table, and then we can see that there's something else going on. But other than that, there's shit on paper. Come on. Allegations. Wasted time. I say, where are the resources for Sebastian? Who's going to court for him? How is what, if anything, how is what Seth has in his hands right now can help to blow his accusations or assertions against the Proudfoots? Have anything to do with Sebastian going missing? See? What do we say? Put up or shut up? Let the people see what you're talking about type stuff. Throw a receipt and don't try to interpret what the receipt means. Let people come to their own conclusions as to what it says or what it means. Just like tonight, the court TV video. I didn't say anything. I made my commentary about it. Didn't try to sway it or control it or manipulate it. No, I just said what they said. That's how you prove a receipt on YouTube. Not trying to take a still shot and hold it up there for hours and try to, build around it. They say a picture holds 1,000 words, right? Well, people out there know just that. But when it comes to a missing child, keep it there. Just keep it there. Maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can help. Maybe there is something that we can do on YouTube to be a unit. But you know something, you say a unit, people coming together, oh, it's a wonderful idea. But people actually doing it and staying focused and on point, doing it, that's a different story. And that's where I have to take my place. Yeah, you live and you learn every day. You live and you learn every single day. And YouTube is no different because it's a virtual reality. And people spend more of their lives online than they do in life. That's unfortunate, but they do. They spend a lot of time online than in life. That's the tough part about this. It is a tough part about this. No doubt. I'm not sitting here making this up either. It's been going on for a while. I've been watching it. But, you know, like I said, people need to take a break. Step away. You don't have to go live tonight. Check on family. Watch a movie. Read a book. Make love to your spouse if you have one. Give somebody a massage. Something. Take the dog out for a walk. Give yourself a break. It's okay. There's no rules that says you can't take a break. There's none. Then you can come back to it when there is something and attach another piece to the case. I don't get phone calls from people. I don't want any. Oh, you know what I heard? You know what I heard? You know what I heard? No, don't know, don't care what you heard. Give me a receipt, then walk me through it. Give me a receipt, walk me through it. Now, how is that backed up? Who gave you the receipt? Where'd you get it from? Do they know this? And then you can go from there. No, people are grabbing for everything, anything and everything. And I saw in the comments in the chat, they do it for one thing, and I get it. It's sad, but I get it. I get it. Those are for those people. Me? Well, you know where I stand. You know exactly where I stand. Anyway, I'm glad I finally got online. I got this thing to work amongst everything I've been trying to work with. Got a new phone. And yes, Miss Carol, and yes, Miss Justice, you can email me. I'm good. I couldn't get my emails. I couldn't get nothing. I got Miss Carol's text and chat. I broke my phone, then nothing came through after that. But I'm on one story right now. This is the story that I'm on. Send me something regarding this story, a development. Help me to stay here. I'm good. Send me something else I can't come back to. Not unless it's something I covered or it's something that needs an update. Okay. But other than that, keep me here because it's going to turn. We're 8 months in, and this story is going to turn. There's a lot of money on the table, and people don't believe the narrative. We already got that out there. So now something has got to bounce back up out of that. And it's not lawsuits. That stuff is bullshit. Not lawsuits. It's somebody coming forth and saying something regarding the whereabouts of Sebastian. That's it. Or what they know what happened to him. And even better, somebody getting arrested. How's that? How's that? And a bunch of law enforcement people coming out of somewhere with boxes and boxes and boxes of evidence like they do the politicians. Like they did with Diddy. The same thing, big raid. They got the helicopters in the air. They got cameras rolling all over the place. People being backed up at gunpoint. See? That's when you know something is happening. And even that's taking fire. Big fire. That story is hot. He's all locked up and I wonder what must be going through his mind. But once again, you find out how phony, what an illusion things really are. People buy what they want when they want it more than the money that it costs them to pay. Not even knowing what the hell they're getting. But they do it. Not even know what it is they're supporting. But they do it. You're looking at the world with different eyes every morning, every single day. If it's not something going on with your family, it's something going on with the neighbor. If it's not going on with the neighbor, it's something going on with a relative. If it's not something going on with the relative, then it's the job. And if it's not the job, it's something going on with the car. Not the car, it's always something going on. And you're just trying to be the one to balance everything out. By the time you get home, are you tired? Hell yeah. Then you bang into your phone. Of all things in life, you have to bang into your phone. Notification after notification after notification, email after email, text message after text message. Is somebody trying to keep you busy? Trying to keep you off balance? Trying to tell you something? You seem to be the one everybody comes to when it comes to some kind of shit. If you are, and you are the recipient of all of this, just this new stuff that people want to lay on you, guess what? You are still in control of it all. You have to decide to take a break. I told you that. John Q said that. You can take a break. You don't have to know everything at all times. You are not a machine. You can't grab it all. This is not what you are about. Don't let it grab you to where you lose sleep and you're up wee hours of the morning trying to keep up with it to figure it out. Because guess what? You're going to feel it later. If you do, you're going to feel it later. It's going to show up when you're not looking. You better be ready. That's why I take breaks. Take breaks. It's okay to reach out and touch people. Make phone calls you haven't made before. Go out and do things that you haven't done before. Mail that letter that you've been postponing on mailing, or sending that email that you don't want to write, or making that phone call that you don't want to pick up that phone to dial, or making contact with that person that you don't want to talk to. Other things in life are still going on. Don't let this one thing suck you in, vacuum, take you away from all those other things that float about you, that are about you. Don't lose sleep over it. Don't break your meal pattern for it, because all this is going to be here. All of this stuff is going to be right here where you left it when you turn your phone off or your computer off at night, if you do. And you put your notifications on mute. Try to wake up naturally, or try to get back to the time that you used to go to sleep naturally. And try to stay away from the phone as much as you can, because people are not phones. People are people. Give your attention to those things that are important in your life, because nobody else is. Huh? Nobody else is but you. You got all the work. Why? Why you got all that work? Don't put yourself through it. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to detach. It's okay. This stuff will be here, believe me. We got here just the way we are right now. Check it out. Take a look at the surroundings. Isn't it great? But yeah, I want to thank every single one of y'all for hanging out with me. I hope you hit the like. I won't stay long in coming back to you now that I fixed my little dilemma that I had in the beginning. My computer's back. I got it set. I got my brand new phone. I can actually see the full chat on it. And you guys, let me tell you, there's only one you, there's only one me. That's all we got. You wake up tomorrow, you're blessed. And take that blessing into the day. And don't worry about this stuff online. Please don't worry about this stuff online. It'll be here. Believe me, it'll be here. If people say they missed you, they haven't seen you, and this, that, and the other thing, well, you know something? You're living life. And if you are, good for you. If they don't miss you enough, they're telling you something too. Telling you, hey, you're just like me. Somebody else. It's always somebody else. I don't want to be like anybody else. I want to be me. You get that right, you'll be all right. It won't be too hard. You know, my mother used to say life is simpler than you think. It's simpler than you think. You just got to pay attention to what you give your attention to. Huh? You have to pay attention to the things you give your attention to. If what you give your attention to gives you value, give it your attention. You're supposed to be there. If what you're paying attention to doesn't give you value, then you need to give your attention to something else that does. Huh? I'm not bending any arms. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm telling you like it is, like I've always told you. That's why I don't do this every day. I'm not trying to make a living off of doing this every day. Other people are. You should know that. I'm about living life the way I was designed to live life. I don't let things control me. Phones and emails and all this stuff, it's all exterior. When you go, think about it. When you go, who's there to cover you? Who's there to cover you? Who's going to do the job that you're doing now? Who's going to do your job? Who's going to be you right now? You hope and pray it won't be one of yours. Once again, this stuff is going to be here, folks. And the only thing that we can do is give it our prayers. It gets better. But also know that, you know, you can't swallow what belongs to swine. You can't swallow what belongs to something else. You can't take what belongs to something else or somebody else. You can only take what's yours. And just ask for the blessings that you want in life. Go after those blessings. Those belong to you, nobody else. All right? Nobody else. Anyway, I had a great time. I'm so glad I figured it out. I got through my little dilemma, and I'll be back. When I hear something about this case, one we've been talking about, I'll come back to you. If I hear about something else other than that, you know I'll come back to you. But it's always good. Take a break. Maybe I'll even entitle this live. It's always okay to take a break. I've been talking about it since the beginning of the live. And hopefully this message gets out to not everybody, because people just don't know how to take a break. But to those that have heard my message the way I can deliver it, take a break. It's okay. You don't have to be everywhere. You're not omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent. That belongs to a higher power. And thank God, God's got that power. Because if it was left up to us, you see how we messed it up? Oh boy, where would we be if we, I don't even want to go there. I love y'all. Thank y'all for coming tonight. As always, do you. don't ever forget to do you. Put the electronics down for a little bit longer. Just do you. Touch someone. Talk to someone. Help them get through their tough time. Everybody's going through something. Find somebody. They'll find you, but find somebody. Be of value or benefit to them. That's God saying that that's your job. Being online can be real tough. I take it in stride. I know what it's about. I've seen it, and I just don't let it handle me. I handle it. And that's the way you should do it too. I love you very much, Victoria. She's out there praying and meditating and keeping your spirits true to you. That's right. Love listening to you. You're like listening to a father I never had. I hear you. You see what kind of blessing that is? You see that in the chat? You see that in the chat? Just by someone being here in my chat, listening to what I've been saying here tonight, going back and forth, somebody heard something that was meaningful. See, it's always a value. It's got to be. This stuff has got to be a value or it's no value at all. And if we can't do the thing that tries to give value to something, what the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? Miss Justice says it all right there. Cue the truth. And I get into my moments like I'm into right now. Cue the truth. You got to go here. You got to come here because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the same thing everybody else is, the truth. But yet when it's in your face, you got to do something about it. Don't listen to it, or let me rephrase that. Don't just listen to it. Just is the key word. You got to act on it. The better way up is through you, not through anything else. The better way up is through you. Period. You got to take that path. If you don't, then, it's a delay. If it's a delay, you can't complain later on. What's the delay, so-and-so? It's me. I just don't know. I don't know why. I got it now. Don't worry about it. I'm on time. I'll be on time. You'll even say that to a boss at work. What's the delay? Why are you late? Why aren't you here on time? I bet you straighten up then. See, because it's got to be of value to you. It's too simple. It's way too simple to get so lost. Too Raw is in the building. My goodness. Long time no see, brother. Too Raw. Anyway, I've had your ears for at least 4 hours. I know I talked about some things that were on my mind. That's all. I wanted to see if I can go live. I did. I wanted to share with you, as I always have, just some things that I've been looking at. Whether it be Sebastian Rogers, whether it be about Kanika Jenkins, whether it be about the West Boys, because there's a lot to compare when you cover cases like the cases that I've covered. But yet, there's a spirituality about it that I always come to. And I'm going to share that spirituality with you without getting religious about it. Check that out. I'm not calling it a name. I'll let my words speak for me and let you connect thereafter, because you know exactly what I'm talking about. And for those of you that have, good. I'm glad you did. Maybe there was something in it for you. That's what I hope most. If I said nothing here tonight, guess what? No loss, because you could spend your time with another content creator that'll pretty much do the same thing until you go to sleep and wake up and do it all over again. And that's what I hope you don't do. Oh, that was fun. Let's do it again. Oh, shit. Let's do it again. I wasted my time last night. Let me tell you, go and tell somebody, have a conversation with someone and tell them that you wasted your time on a 4-hour live with John Q. They'd look at you and say, what the hell did you do that for? I don't know. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I just love wasting my time. You just don't know. I got nothing else better to do. I'm going to lose sleep tonight, and I don't give a shit. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh, wow. Thank you, Miss Justice. Much love to you and yours. Miss Carol Smith, much love to you and yours. To the crew of the chat that visited with me here tonight, much love to you and yours. And I'm working behind the scenes. You know I'm here. You know I am here. I'll come back to you. As always, be well and stay blessed with God's speed. Until then, much love.